Namaskar, good morning, good day. Speaking from Bharat, India. Speaking Bharat is Suraj Singh, civil engineer. This is July 4th, 2020. One more day of life. Of course, many issues. Starting with small talk, brief talk on COVID-19, and then turning on to management issues. Then over to some talk of soil mechanics or soil engineering or soil drugs, what we can call it. Then to materials, general and contracts. As usual, think maybe some of you are taking interest in this discussion. Of course, not all, only those who have some target to know in life. Not exactly all, but I'll be happy if all take interest, because I'm not talking any mathematics here. I'm not talking any physics or chemistry here. I'm just talking common. And now, again and again I say, your guest COVID, world guest COVID-19. I'm sure that whole world is now taking it lightly actually, which is another way of ignorance. Just surprising statement came from one of public persons in UK, that there have been so many gatherings on beaches, thousands of people gathered there, yet there is no sign of uplift of infections in England. This is what is called overconfidence and ignorance. I call it ignorance. In spite you want results so quickly, it takes time. Even if there's no plus sign on infections, it doesn't mean problem is solved. Problem is not solved. Actually, problem has started. Whole world is now not giving complete information about the infections. That's also true. They are trying to hide information all over the world. That's also fact of life. America has reached more than 50,000 per day, probably 60,000, probably 70,000, nobody knows, or probably 100,000 per day. Our country, Bharat, India, has reached about 25,000, 30,000 per day. No facts are coming in, and I would like to say sure that our country must be facing about 100,000 per day. But censor news and get rid of your problem. This is formula adopted by all countries. Public is being left to its own future, its own fate, and all countries are busy in economy, as if they are born for economy. All world leaders are born only for economy, because if they don't have money, they can't survive. That's a fact, Just start something else, people will forget COVID. Because people are people, they have no choice. They are living at mercy of these leaders, unfortunately. All leaders of the world are making whole public fool. They are more interested in power rather than serving public of this world. This is what I am observing now. Russia, that person wants to sit in chair up to 2036. This means he is concerned only for his position, not for people of his country. Similarly, US says that this president shall continue even if he loses election. When such types of thoughts are coming in minds of people, this means they will follow that. If chances come, opportunity comes. This is called criminality of mind. You have come to this world for this seat, or you have come to this world to serve public. God made public. I don't understand why people are interested to grab power after all what they get out of that. This means there is corruption everywhere and people want to enjoy life. It's for all. I'm not saying for some specific people or party or something. I'm not interested in any political party whatsoever it is. You are leader, this means you should lead public and not to defeat them. Every politician in whole world is defeating public. Our politicians are defeating public. Our prime minister is cheating public, and himself he is doing. He is just trying to divert attention of people of this country. Similarly, US is trying to divert attention. When US president can say don't test, and we are, of course, we have been testing since beginning. We have not been testing to requirement. This means we people are digesting them. In fact, public should be very strong and throw them out of power. But people are gentle, I think. They don't think that way. They just want to survive. And as youngs are, they are interested in jobs, and jobs have gone out. They don't understand this. Future is very bad, you should know. Millions and millions of jobs throughout the world have gone. And when this happens, you won't have money, you want to survive. What shall you do? Are you entering crime or something? This is what COVID has given to you. Just understand how dangerous it is. It is caused economy to hell. It's gone down. You can't raise it. You have no stamina. You just want to stick to power, even at cost of death of people. This is what happened in USA. This is what happened in our country. This is what happened in Russia. This is what happened in Germany. This is what happened in Italy. This is what happened in China. This happened everywhere, in every corner of the world. One should be frank in speaking. I am a citizen of the world. I am not servant to any political party. I don't want to be. But fact remains that it's happening around. But what to do? They are political leaders, have powers. They think they are bound with that. Well, punishment shall be given to them when they go home permanently. Home, I mean, is a permanent God's home. They will be punished there. I am sure of that. Because principle of God shall not excuse me. Because they are abusing power. Rather than serving public, poor and everyone, they are not doing that. No one is doing that in fact. No one is doing that, unfortunately. When politics comes into play, people become mad and leaders mislead everybody. They are busy in wars, they are busy in atom bombs, they are busy in looting lands of others, just like Israel and Palestine. What's happening between them? You see, Israel has become a criminal country, a country like gundas, a country like top class gundas. He's trying to kill public, he's trying to grab their land, he's trying to do everything should not be done. What shall we call it? It's animal's job. All are human beings. I forgot that the Israel Prime Minister also has to go to God to report one day. Shall he take that land with him? No, he shall not take. He cannot take. No one can take. So human has become mad actually. His politics has made everyone, they don't want to serve people, they don't want to serve this earth for which they have come. That's why COVID-like people come. COVID-like powers come and they set all these criminals right, just like it said in Gita. You know Gita? I'm not expert of Gita, but there is a saying that Yada yada hi dharmasya galandre bhavati bharate abe uttanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham bharatnaya sadhunam vinashaya cha duskatham dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavani jage jage. Whenever there is a problem, whenever there is a lost dharma, when there is lost righteous in this world, on Bharat, Bharat means earth. Whole Prithvi is called Bharat here. Bharat doesn't mean India. Bharat doesn't mean the country. It means this earth is Prithvi. This Prithvi, whenever there is a problem in Bharat Prithvi, when there is a loss to right work, there is a damage to good people, those people who work for me, who think for me, in that case I have to take birth, I have to come here in whatever form, whatever shape, so that I can punish those who are criminals, I can punish those who are abusive of power, and I can help those who are good people, who are right people, who are, like saints in the sense, not wearing saints, but saints by actions. I help those and I reshape, I redesign, I correct, I amend. All I take out errors from those, impurities from those, and set all institutions right, whatever institutions are there. I re-establish everything, and then I come and set everything right, then after go. That's my job. That's what God says here. I'm not naming God because it's automatic. Whatever name of God you trust, you can trust. This is what COVID-19 has come for that. It has impacted upon millions of people. And so far I am sure it's impacted upon more than 1.5 billion people. Still, these political crooks of the world are not understanding that. I don't know what is human. Human is much worse than animal. Animal can think, but this cannot think. They want their seas preserved. Trump wants its result, Modi wants its result. They can't handle these seats, but they want this result in the name of democracy. Unfortunate it is that such leaders are here available on earth. Certainly they will be punished when they go up. But at this time, public is being punished by this, like Israel, Palestine, what's happening there, or like many other what's happening in Yemen, or what's happening in Syria, or what's happening in you can say here Venezuela. Means everybody wants to grab power. Trump wants to dictate everywhere. America has destroyed millions of people around the world, and still they are interested to kill all because they just want to keep power with them. Power is such a drug, power is such a narcotic that they could go an extent. So COVID-19 must be there to encounter those people. And that's why COVID-19 people think it has gone. Yesterday somebody told me it has degraded itself, it's diminishing itself. Means it's never diminished. I assure you, COVID-19 shall do its job for which it has come. It has come to punish all those who are criminals, who are sinners, and it shall stay here until it completes its job. It has brought drastic changes to the world, and it will do more and more. It doesn't ask anybody, it doesn't need any help, it has full power to do that. It's a power much more than political leaders have power. Political leaders' power is imaginary, but COVID-19's power is extraordinary. It's virtual reality that it has come to set everybody right. And I will ask COVID-19, don't run away, teach everyone, keep them right, take all bad people from earth, whoever they are, however big they are. Earth should stay in peace. People on earth should stay in peace. But these people are not allowing that. They have taken up all, they have extracted all resources from earth. And they are claiming that they are rich, their GDP is that and this, and they want to develop. But they have not contributed anything to earth's power, to earth's resources. Earth's resources are being looted by these people and destroyed. So COVID-19 must be there. Because COVID-19 has come as a watch power of earth against those who are destroying it. So I will not say much because news are not coming in regarding what's happening about COVID. All countries have censored their news. They have diverted topics in name of economy, in name of opening, and they are trying to say that, see how many people were gathered, how many people gathered there, and there has been no development. There is no addition to infections. This means they are indirectly trying to say COVID-19 has stopped infecting people, so the people should gradually forget COVID-19. That's all they are thinking, is their design, and I am regretful with that. Such people, you are speculating something which is not actually as that is. Don't speculate, think of people, think of yourself, or for you even one dies or 1 million die, you don't have any problem, I know, because you are not public oriented, you are power oriented. For you, millions die, crores die, no problem to you as far as you stay in chair power. But you also remember, I am guaranteeing you, this chair of power is never permanent. Maybe you think it's powerful chair here, but you will learn lesson when you go to, you will get a chair of not power. The chair of nails you will get, chair of thorns you will get. Then you understand, and you have to sit on that. You have to tolerate the, you won't be able to tolerate. So be human first. Don't be animal. Be human first. Be honest first. Don't be greedy. Don't be dishonest. Serve others. Don't try to kill them. Even if someone is your enemy, try to help enemy so that enemy changes mind. Otherwise, everybody has to face consequences. Whoever on may be, doesn't matter. Whoever, world over, they have to face consequences. Because remember, nothing goes with you. Your body doesn't go with you. So why are you so much serious about that? Try to be positive, try to be pro people, don't try to be pro power. Power is no value if you cannot understand what is power. If you think just being big and calling yourself world leader is enough, then it is foolishness and nothing else. Don't try to be leader. Try to serve people of world. Otherwise, there is no difference between an animal and a political leader. It's unfortunate that intellectuals of world keep silent, unfortunately all over world. They keep silent as if they are not human beings. That's another defect. So COVID-19 shall set them also right. Well, there is no much information about COVID, so I would say because the public is busy, leaders are busy in airlines, they are busy in opening clubs, opening this, opening that, they are not interested in how to treat that. Rama Devi said, and this and that. Well, I don't want to talk more about God because there is nothing in this. And maybe if I don't get more and more information, I'll take out this discussion from this talk. Because no meaning, if there's no information, what's the meaning of talking about COVID-19 then? And I think design is that COVID should be out of news. This is design of all people because all have failed. But don't forget, this is going to act superly and you will not be able to digest it. Every day there is rain, there is thunderstorm. Happens. Yesterday also was rain, thunderstorm. My light was not, power was not available. I saw many hours, about 7-8 hours, power was not available. I could not continue yesterday on my postings. It happens every day. Humidity is 76%, 80%, 90%. So humidity, high humidity, low temperature. This is a birth father. This is a generator for COVID-19 life. COVID-19 or COVID like such circumstances, such environment of high humidity. So you can say it's only COVID that is generating all this. Just for 2 or 3 minutes there will thunderstorm, what shall we call it? It shall be nothing but this COVID's management, COVID's. Well, I like to close it now for time. I'll come to other one and take this, and I'll continue as usual on talk of management, project management, engineering management. Engineering management is very important now for everybody. Well, I should say engineering management, you can call it engineering or you can call it management or you can call it whatever you say. Depends. And I also talk of this and I'll talk of after that. I'll talk of then QCS, general, and soil, which is very important, soil engineering. We'll talk of this, and followed by that, we'll talk of, what can I say, FIDIC, and also in many cases FIDIC. So, dear friends, my normal talk every day. I know you are not interested to listen to me around early morning because this is your sleeping time. But remember, my sleeping time is not this. This is my rising time. This is my time early morning when I see whole atmosphere, whole environment is fresh. So I use this time, early morning time, because first of all noise is less, your mind is fresh and you can concentrate more and more on every issue. So engineering management we call it now. Engineering management means actually this is engineering only, nothing else. Whatever lies in engineering, we have to manage that. And engineering, it's not small field. Engineering covers whole world. Engineering covers more than 80% of our lifestyle. Engineering covers more than, you can say, life saving your world, of your people. Engineering is not alone civil, but it is everywhere. But because I am civil engineer, I am, rough engineer, you can say, or you may call that I am a soil engineer, I am aggregate engineer, I am cement engineer, I am building engineer, whatever you can say. Civil means whoever is useful for development of public, development of utilities, development of cities, development of industries, development of whatever you can call it. That is very important point, development. If we have to develop, and development doesn't come in 1 minute. Example, agriculture. Even if you have to grow crop, you have to do lot of work. You have to attempt many activities, though those are not written by farmers, but somewhere they must be written in books. I don't know about that. But those activities also sequenced, and those farmers have to follow those activities for every time when they grow crops. Whatever crops or vegetables they grow for their livelihood, they have to go through all that procedure that is required in agriculture. So fortunately now there is agricultural engineering also, a discipline, full-fledged discipline. I'm not that, but it must be well established, I can say. It must be professional, scientific. Whereas engineering is concerned, civil engineering, it is common sense plus science plus engineering plus attempt plus economy. Engineering is based on complete resources. Engineering manages all resources. One resource got no use if there is no other resource. That is engineering. Engineering is totality. Totally means there is no material that is given to civil engineer that use it and install it. Cannot. It is an only engineering, civil engineering, where no finished product is available. As far as civil engineering activities are concerned, I am not talking of interdisciplinary activities. Civil engineering activities require civil materials, brick, you can say, stone, block, concrete, and many more, doors, windows, all. Wherever you find something, hardly some material is available in few items, like roof sheeting or some stone, flagstone or marble stone, which are available in finished shape, but even then they are required. They are processed for installation or for placement. 80 to 90% of engineering, construction engineering, you can say, civil engineering, you can say, requires material in natural form, which materials are used after properly understanding them. And top material is naturally existing material, naturally powerful material, which we call soil or rock. You can call by whatever name, rock, soil, all that, which is very powerful because it is permanent. It is with earth, part of stratification of earth, on which we civil engineers design and found foundations. And foundationless buildings can't be erected. We cannot find buildings without foundations. Not only buildings, all structures. Soil is, though it's called soil, it's not given that value financially or economically. It's considered, just nothing. But for an engineer, soil is very important and significant material, because without understanding soil, we cannot do anything. That's a real fact. If you don't understand soil, there can be no structure erected in its totality. We may talk, may not talk, but this is fact of life. That soilless foundations means nothing. So soil, well, I am really surprised something. Soil is very important material for everybody. Soil is very important material and it must be taken care of in duly. If it's not taken care of, this means we waste time, we waste everything. It must be taken care of correctly and rightly, and if it's not taken care of, we waste our time. Those people who cannot understand soil in totality, I am saying, soil has many properties. Soil is unknown and soil is not uniform in earth. Soil means rocks also. Soil means soil water also. And soil means so much and so forth that one cannot imagine in one go. It's much more complicated even than other materials like concrete or like produced bricks or produced blocks. So management of engineering refers to me or to everybody that we have to understand materials in engineering in a different way. We must have total knowledge of materials that we use in engineering. It's not simply procure material and install it. Installation is one part, but materials integrity in building is very important. It's like that one material can stay for say 10 years while building is going to stay for 100 years. So there is no relation in that age limit. If I have to break my wall say after 10 years to do it again, there remains no sense in that. The framing of building, framing of RCC goes for 50 to 100 years and I have to change wall because of certain issues. Okay, if there is some problem we can change it. But just because its life is over, you change it, it got no meaning. Whatever activities we conduct in engineering, on site or in office, in whatever form in designs or engineering or coordination or interface with each other engineerings or other disciplines of whatever, it's complete system and complete interrelated explanation to each other. If I don't understand interdiscipline, I can say that I am little blank. I cannot say solely, not now, since engineering started, that I have a relation with other engineering. When we go to college and we study, there's a common subject everywhere. The one I started engineering studies, though I was civil engineering student, I was forced to study electrical engineering, thermodynamics, like that. What does that tell? What does this tell actually? Thermodynamics or heat engines or mechanical, whatever it is, means says that you should learn it also because you have to talk to those people and you must have some technical knowledge about this field. What properties are there, what definitions are there, what terms are there, and how these work. If I do not understand machine, how can I design that foundation or plinth, whatever it is? I cannot design that if I don't understand properties of machine, its static properties, its dynamic properties, its sizes, its performance, whether it is stationary or it is vibratory. We have to understand those properties, and after understanding that, we design some foundation in form of machine foundation. Civil engineering then takes you to somewhere else, means It's not a building or some structure exclusive civil. It is something that has to perform. And if that machine fails to perform due to your bad design of foundation, so machine cannot work. This is not simple cost of foundation, a small cost of foundation. Machine breaks. There are many cases that turbines have flown away because of either bad working of performance of turbine, or you can say failure of foundations. It has been reported. Now, why I am speaking about this? Because that is a fact. We have to deal with it. We have to deal with many such foundations. I am not talking of major foundations. I am talking of small foundations. For example, in buildings you have to install chillers for air conditioning. You have to install package units otherwise, or you have to install air handling units. You have to install so many small items, or electrical units, or plumbing units, or you can say something like that, where pumps you have to install, big pumps, say 150 HP pump, for purpose of for water pumping, for chill water pipe. We have to install that. For that we have to understand interdiscipline, and that's also part of engineering management. We cannot isolate that from us. Engineering management is not simply that which we own, others own, and we share that ownership with them. As an engineer, I share ownership of design of chiller foundation, or air handling foundation, or package unit foundation, or some electric station foundation. We have to own them. Piping foundation, sleepers in pipelines, big pipelines. There are many heavy sleepers. You can say many types of sleepers. Big sleepers are there. Anchor blocks are there. Thrust blocks are there. We have to own that responsibility. Otherwise, it's incomplete engineering management. Means we have to think for our activities as well as others' activities. Activities like we are using formwork or shuttering. These days are proprietary materials are available for all this. So those people take care of, they don't know but they imagine how this work shall be done on site, and they design. We rarely design shutters ourselves. We just procure ready-made shutters, proprietary shutters, and install them according to instructions given by those manufacturers of shutters. So it is, you can say, extended coordination or extended management of engineering. Means you are not localized to your own discipline, but you are localized to interdisciplines. That's the growth of management. You can say growth of engineering. Means your engineering is not located in your or at your home. You have to move and enter other home and do work there, which is called coordination, interface, and everything. So engineering management is not simply what's written on documents. You have to devise yourself what you have to manage. Sometimes you have to manage elevator. The elevator is not your discipline. You have to manage structural steel, though it's yours. But some say, no, it's our manufacturing thing. Or structural steel, for example, I'm talking of structural steel. Mechanical is general installing international level. You'll find this erection by mechanical engineers. Well, I don't mind that because it's for mechanical. Even civil engineers can do it. But generally, because this is machine material, this is fabricated material, comes from factory. So they have equipment, they have cranes, they have things. They think we can install it, we can erect it. They have a bolting or something like a bolting or an anchor bolts, and all the foundations that you do it because these are RC foundations. So fine, it's that or civil or mechanical, it doesn't make a difference as far as this is. But remember, the structural design is done by civil engineers. So you can say design and foundation goes to civil engineering, whereas mechanical erection of structural steel goes to mechanical engineers. It doesn't make a difference because activity is limited to erection. It's not to design, and design is first part that's important in engineering. So civil design is related to foundations of that. Foundations and structural design. Without that, production cannot be made of those members, and this means only erection is left to mechanical engineers. But erection is also not easy because it requires very much concentration on activities. It requires complete framing and hanging, and then tight fixing or snug tightening of that, and then routing of fire. So I can say engineering management branch out. Engineering management branches out just like a tree. You start something, you grow a tree, it branches out at different levels. Sap keeps on moving, remember. Sap, sap. And tree, if you have gone to study tree, you must be knowing types of trees. Generally, two types of trees are there. For timber tree, I'm talking trees. One is exogenous tree, other one is endogenous tree. Exogenous tree which grows outside. Every year one circle comes, or you can say one layer comes every year. And other one is endogenous tree, that is called indigenous tree, where expansion of that circle is within inside. So you see the trunk of that tree is very thin, whereas very small, where trunk of exogenous tree is always very big. But remember, sap keeps on moving there between various layers, and sap is life of that tree, sap is blood of that tree, sap is food of that tree. This sap which takes water and soil actions onto every branch of tree, every leaf of tree. So that is what you can say expansion is all about. Like a tree we are. We have to expand ourselves. Many subjects are there, we know. But everybody cannot know every subject, everybody cannot study those subjects. But some subjects are mandatory, compulsory, which everyone has to do. Just like I remember my time when I was an engineer doing section B of IEI. In 1980 I passed that. And I still remember that time in both sections, A and section B. Section A was completely mandatory for everybody. Every student is coming to pass that. Who was from whatever branch you were, you had to pass those 9 subjects. So there's no meaning of asking now. Mathematics involvement, and then you can say social sciences, mathematics, social sciences, thermodynamics, electrical engineering, many others like that. Means 9 subjects were there. But that's common for everybody. When you go to other one, that is section B, where there was a specialization. For example, in civil, there were 5 mandatory subjects for me out of 8, and 5 were this, you can say, theory of structure and structural designs and surveying and fluid mechanics and like that. And one more, like this means we have to go through all these subjects, and then the optional subjects. For example, I passed my there's in construction and foundation engineering, and then out of I applied, I got applied, just applied geology, water resources, like that I selected in past railway engineering. So that's what I say. What you study at time of education does not mean your future lies with that. It doesn't matter. I did not opt for structure, though there was structural engineering and RCC in that subject, but there were options in examination. Means there were there are questions from both, and questions for 6 to 8 hours. Means you have to draw design after doing design, so it's a whole day paper. So I preferred for RCC, because either you do this or that, you cannot do both. You are not allowed to do both in that case. So I did RCC, though structural still was much easier than that, but no problem at that time. RCC is much more creative than structural steel, because in RCC you can make your form, you can do whatever you want. So why I'm telling you this is a background. I'm telling you about engineering in those days, and now also it is same. Engineering is no different. Civil engineering is no different. That's why I just went through this syllabus of engineering management. I thought just to see what's actually management. So all activities which are conducted in the field in civil engineering, in all fields in civil engineering, all disciplines of civil engineering. It may be building, it may be bridges, it may be water supply, it may be environment, it may be water resources, maybe structure or whatever it is. All are there, available in same form. Just names of subjects have been varied or differentiated. Just like engineering management itself was never a subject, but it became there was a management, but we did not understand what management is all about. But there is a management, and if there is a management, you should know what's management. Management is organization, types of organizations, type of activities, type of managements are there. Different managements are there. In this way, some management related to finance, some related to engineering, some related to design, some related to works on site, some related to works in office. Every kind of procedure is adopted, every kind of support adopted. So it depends. You can also devise that syllabus, not a big issue, because you have to see what are the responsibilities. There's a coverage and scope of work in your field, and that's more important. So we can say coordination is missing, the physics are missing, so many missing, because young engineer cannot understand all this. So there's a time in life you can do whatever you want to learn. There's no limit. That engineering is only for start, and start after that you can go to any circuit, any diagram. You can even go to another discipline after passing this. So at that time it was there. So soil is very important part in this. We know designs, we know everything, but I realized that from various discussions of engineers on certain forum of structural engineers, I realize there lies some problem with soil engineering with every engineer. I don't know reason behind that. Maybe it's not detailed part of engineering degree, but I studied that in details because in my syllabus it was there. In 1980 I passed that, and though it's very boring but interesting one because it's confused subject. Confusion means it's after soil, and you know what soil is. For some soil is just rubbish, and for some soil is a foundation. There's a difference. It's a foundation for someone and it's rubbish for someone. So you yourself think what it is. For you soil is nothing. Oh, though dust out, dust, this is dust coming to my home. For you it is dust. For you it is dust, you don't like it, you don't touch it, you don't sit on that. But you sit on a floor, you can keep your wall on wall, and you can sit on a chair, but you don't touch dust. Oh, my pant is dusted, I don't want that. Clean it. But you forget that dust is life. Dust, soil is life. If there is no soil, you can't have bricks, you know that. You'll be surprised, I think. If there's no soil, you can't have cement. If you don't have soil, you can't have structures. If you don't have soil, all dead bodies will be here and there. And moreover, we are all made of soil. Soil is one part of our body. Everybody has some particles of soil in our body. That is not known to everybody, but it is a fact. We are all made of 5 elements. We know this. Soil is one of them. So soil is fuel of ours. Soil is base of our lives. If there is no soil, there can be nothing. Where to walk? I was in desert, I say. I was in desert, very dirty, very hot. You say that. I was in that village, which is very clay, water and slush. You say that. Because you don't understand that. If that soil doesn't exist, you cannot exist. Simple. When you excavate soil, what do you find? People used to excavate wells in villages. Why? Because they wanted water. Water was not available. This means there can be water below soil, below earth layers. And that is clean water in some cases. If you go deep down and cross one layer, go to second layer of water, you will find pure water, clean water, drinkable water, right? What is that? From where did it come? This means soil contains that water. So you can't say that soil is dirty. Yes, it has some dirt. It has some dirt, but it retains water, which is life. So don't take it otherwise. Soil, water. Water is good for your health. Water is good for life. But when it works with soil, it can also destroy your life. When it comes as flood, it can destroy your life. Of course, it can extinguish fire, but fire can also evaporate water. Think this way, both ways. Water is life, but water is also life destroyer. Water is life. Water is also dangerous to building. Water is also dangerous to air, because when humidity is high, you can't stay well. 90% humidity, 95% humidity. People don't understand it, they say it's humidity. These particles stay in suspension in air, and when it heats up during sunlight, these water particles become evaporated and becomes vapor. Vapor means this vapor acts on your body to burn your body. To some extent, you feel irritated, you start doing something. So water has many applications. Water is your friend, as well as it can kill you. If you drown in sea, you won't just life, you won't stay, you won't live. Why I am asking is because soil and water are related to each other. You can't separate them. Can't. Water and air are related to each other. You cannot separate them. They are there. Instantly they are there, not always. And when relation to wind, you make relation of water, air to wind. Wind is also air, but another shape, another vibration, another vibratory form of air. When standstill air is disturbed, pressure is created, pressure difference is created. At one point it's higher pressure, at other points lower pressure. Principle says higher pressure should flow to lower pressure, and that's called wind. It was not wind when it was standstill, but it makes itself wind when there is pressure difference. When it's wind, higher wind, water also is disturbed in that. Water contents in air also disturbed. Yes, if you think that way, this is all part of engineering management. This management is not science free. This management is scientific management. Engineering is scientific management, science management. This is applied management. This is applied science management. This is engineering management. We have to discover our own, not to just think as writers of engineering books say. Writers are those who are professors in colleges. They are not fully aware of engineering, but they just write from aspect of syllabus that they have to cover for a student to pass through. Their aim is, its aim, their target is just student must pass. That is only deal they have when they write books. They are not interested otherwise, because if their books are too expensive, nobody will buy them. So they keep up to syllabuses. But life is not limited to syllabus. That's what I'm defining management. I'm defining, programs. I'm defining, you can say, organization of books itself. How to organize books. Well, I tried professional books. I wrote some for my interest. I wrote some books, but when I reach publishers, I don't find encouraging response from them, because those people say we are here to sell books and not to help people. If our books are not received, our books are not sold, then we make losses, we earn losses. It's thinking of a publisher. Okay, that is commercial entity. Publisher has to earn, and publisher can earn only when books are sold. Companies can say limit of student is just to pass. More than that, student doesn't want. Student doesn't want to learn anything until gets certificate of engineering. After that, he closes books and throws them away, or keeps them under somewhere, never opens them. That is the problem here. Engineering actually starts from when you pass engineering. It continues throughout your life, in your profession or for your knowledge. So management of engineering is completely different. It starts at engineering degree and moves further and further with no limitations, with no boundaries. You can't say this is boundary of engineering. Engineering is world, engineering is boundary of whole world. It's not simple boundary of this country or that country. Engineering is international, it's not national alone. There's no need of calling it national because it is international. If I know engineering, I can work here, I can work some other country, there's no difference. You go and work just like this is human application, and human is available all over that. Not only human, also for animals. We work, we make houses for animals, there camps we make for animals. Animal camps, you can see camel camps and cow shelters and kennel and all that. This is also made by engineers. So I say management of engineering is completely different subject. Don't stick to what's given on right and scope of learning engineering management. It's why means there's management everywhere, in every field of engineering. You can go to whatever field, bridge field, housing field, building field, industrial field, whatever field. You will find vast management, vast organization everywhere for each and every activity. All activities are covered. You start with think on and then expand it yourself. No need of asking someone what should I do, what should I do. You have to do and you must do. Therefore it's completely different world, believe it. So when I went through syllabus of this management, I was not very much surprised because it is limited to only past knowledge, not to real knowledge. So, but when I was actually talking about soil, and soil is very important for engineers, civil engineer, not only for civilian, for every human on earth, because without soil, military cannot do. Without soil, you cannot do. Without soil, there can be no dam. Without soil, there can be no canal. Without soil, there can be no, you can say tube well. Without soil, there can be. Soil is mother and father of every development. Soil, you can't hang everything in air. Even if you hang something in air, you have to take that to foundation. Foundation cannot be built in air itself. It has to be built in ground after using either piles, if piles are inserted, or even your foundations that are excavated into foundation. So soil receives everybody. Soil receives your foundation. Soil receives you when you walk on your rough road in your village. You walk on soil. So you can't do without. If soil is taken out, they say you are on ground, and if this ground is pulled out from your feet below, then you know what happens. You drop yourself. So soil engineering is top subject according to my understanding. And if this is not clear to people, this is not clear to engineering, or there is a doubt in that case, doubt of designs they do, foundations they do, uh, because soil investigation is done, which is very big subject, very big subject, soil investigation. Soil may not be that big for everybody, but soil investigation is very complicated, very lengthy, time consuming, and then report is very complicated, technical report, and we have to understand that report and then take decision what we have to do for resting our foundation, how we have to design foundation, how strong our soil is, what force this soil can accept, bearing force, or how shall it conduct when water comes into contact with it, or some other material comes into contact with this soil. All this information are worked out after understanding soil reports. So soil is very significant subject in civil engineering. Its management or its organization is very difficult. Everybody cannot understand this until you dip yourself, you immerse yourself into soil technicalities, because soil can be solidified, soil can be loosened, soil can be swollen, soil can shrink, and soil can be packed. We call it compaction. As much as you pack soil, it takes higher and higher weight or density, you can say. So that is achievement of soil on itself, that it densifies, means it increases its unit weight. Water cannot increase its unit weight. Fire cannot do that. Air cannot do that. You can compress air, but soil can be increased in weight. Compressor has different function. When you compress air, its volume is reduced but temperature increases. You know that. If you use compressor, you say I want to use compressor for cleaning this room. Let me on compressor I use this one. People say that, or to clean something. You are reducing volume of air that your compressor releases. Compressed air, volume is reduced but temperature is increased. Volume can be reduced from 1 to whatever ratio, but temperature is increased, hot air is increased. It is like carbon dioxide when it's released. So air can be handled that way. Fire cannot be controlled, fire cannot be stored, fire cannot be compacted. So water and soil are here. Soil can be compacted, water cannot be compacted. Water can be filled, it can't be densified. It can be heated up, it can be boiled. But soil boiling is different, it's not boiled that way. It can be heated up. Soil can be heated up. And there are soils which can be heated up to higher temperature. There are soils which cannot be heated to that higher temperature. So that soil itself changes to some other form when it can be heated to higher temperature, and that can be called refractory material, which can withstand higher temperatures. Like you have many you see these houses you build in mud or clay. In sun you feel comfort even in sun, or when it's cold you feel comfort in that also, because property of that is like this. How this soil reacts with water and how this soil reacts with heat, both properties are different. Sometimes water breaks it, or sometimes water makes it. Both instances are there. And there are different kinds of soil. We will discuss that later on. When we come to that point, I am just trying to tell about soil and management, engineering management. I am now confined to that subject. Ultimately comes, management of real management is financial management. Means ultimately finance you have, only then you can do that. So how to deal with finances, how to deal with expenditure, how to deal with budgeting, this is all part of engineering management. What to understand about balance sheets, profits and losses, how to apply on engineering your financial knowledge, not expert knowledge, whatever knowledge you have, how to handle it, tackle it. As I said before, engineering economics, which I talked about many subjects, I repeat that now. I'll open that file and speak about that. What subjects are there involved in that? That's very important point. We forget that too early. Because we are used to forgetting. That is, this file is here. Good morning, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Your call was missed, I know. So this is engineering economics, engineering management, where management and organizations. This is management process, that is definition, planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordinating types of managements. Then it's organization definition, planning, design and different development types of organizations. So organization means defining, planning, design and development. What types of organization are there? And this management, planning and controls means management means planning and control, and classical, neoclassical or modern principles in general, management, scientific management, engineering management, systems management. So we are then planning is procedures, resources, constraints, objectives, goals, policies and procedures. Then control is setting of reference or standards, appraisal or evaluation, monitoring and controlling type of controls. Then human resources, planning and management, selection, recruitment, training, retaining, skill development, competence development, promotion and career development, participative management, trade unions and collective bargaining. And then there is physical resources, management of physical resources. Then it is, you can say, it is plant, site selection, site procedures, factors affecting selection, layout types and relative merits and demerits, maintenance objectives, different types of associated decisions and strategies for effective maintenance, computer applications. And like that means functions, objectives, materials. If we talk of functions, objectives, planning and controlling, including inventory models without storage cost, price break, excluding dynamic and probabilistic considerations, and different classes of inventory, materials, requirement, planning. And then there is financial management, introduction to standard forms of financial statements, balance sheet, profit and loss and income statement, fixed and current asset items, fixed and current liability items, linkage of two successive balance sheets through income or profit and loss statement, funds flow statement and financial ratio and their implications. Managerial economics concepts, theory of production, marginal productivity and cost, introduction to theory of performance, Then quality management, quality definitions, quality planning, control and quality management, total quality management, ISO 9000 system, simple quality control technique like control charts and acceptance sampling, marketing management, consumer behavior, market research, product design and development, pricing and promotion, project management, introduction, concept of a project, project management concepts, project simulation, cost or project and means of financing, economic evaluation criteria of a project, project implementation, project planning, scheduling and monitoring project, control part CPM, techniques including crashing, project evaluation, information technology and management, role of information management, information system and decision support system, information technology, introduction to e-business, e-commerce and integration tool like enterprise resource planning. So what I say, this file was not means it's just a syllabus only, but this contains lot in that and it misses also many items. Doesn't matter because this is only syllabus for students to pass out. So we cannot take this as final reference, but it's a reference just for understanding what is engineering management. Actually, engineering management cannot be constrained to some syllabus or definition because engineering management is all over there. It depends on what project we have, what you have to do. It depends on what size of project. It depends upon what type of project. It depends upon that. And what there is managed in designs, in planning, and you can say quantity work in tendering, bidding, or in supervision. It all varies from one place to other place. So we should just understand it, not that we have to know it now what it is. If we understand it really, we can make out of this something. Let me do some water before this goes. This is only management, but soil is much farther than this. Soil is completely technical first of all. It's technical, but it is other than that also. It's technical for purpose of foundations, but otherwise it's very important because soil is used for brick construction, or you can say brick manufacturing, and soil is also used for refractory materials, high temperature materials, and soil is used for pitchers for small items where potter works. So soil is not only for foundations, soil is used for agriculture, because without soil farmers cannot do anything. That is much more important than buildings or than projects. That is basics of life. If you don't have crops, don't have grains, you can't take your food, which is much more important than, because that is for survival. If you don't survive, what shall you do in engineering, or what shall you do otherwise? So value should be given that way, not given in accordance with finance what you have. This farmer may not be very rich, but they are reliable. They are valuable. You cannot move without them. You cannot survive without them. It's like it's like respiration of your body. We breathe something. Breathe doesn't cost me anything. I breathe since I was born and I keep breathing till I die. Everybody like that. But we never value what cost is breathing is, what cost my eyes are, what cost my nose is. We never ever value it because it is with us. And when something is with you, you don't value this to that level. Like my body is with me, I don't value that body because I know it's there. But when I lose some part of my body, I realize that I had that part I lost, and you feel that every time you think of that. So we should really understand value of soil. Soil is agricultural product. It is used for agriculture. It without this you cannot get anything. You cannot grow anything. This is soil power. God has given us. It is soil and it's no value, but it's very big value because it's part in growing wheat grains, vegetables also. Of course, fertilizer is used, water is used, sun rays are used. But soil is there, only there we can use that. If there is no soil, we cannot do anything. So soil is that level of item which we do not care for. We say just like that, yeah, this is a labor. We say that. He's a helper. Oh, leave it, keep off. He's not his dirty face, his dirty shirt. We say that. Because we are educated, we are having good clothes, dressed clothes, having good car, and we value ourselves more than others. We compare ourselves to our level, not to that level, because we think that is, on road, straight guy, leave it, just give some money and let him be happy. Our thought goes to that level. We forget that without that person, you won't have food, you won't have something. If that person does not work, that worker, that industrious person, smallest person, who is helper or whose very little level, very little title, whose designation is, that person works for you. And if that person is not, there will be many persons like that with you, whom you employ. Remember, if that person is not available there, can you do your work yourself? That's the main point. So just as a management, this is also management. As I said, human resources management in that stage. Human resources is very important part of management because human resource we call it. There's a source and then resource we say that. Why we can say resource? Why don't you say resource? Because it is trained one. Trained by someone from family or from outside, from some school or from some ITI, Industrial Training Institute, or from where else. You impart some training and make that person useful for your work. And then say, oh, this man is lowest league. That is our mindset. Mindset because we are watching that person, not his capability. His capability is that he does for you, which you don't do for yourself. That's the difference. You are paying him, that's okay. But you are not paying free of cost. That person is returning you something, you are paying. So human resources management, machines management, equipment management, organizational management, technical management, informative management, drawings management, coordination management, engineering management, information, technical or non-technical both. And on top of that, humanity. If you don't have humanity, whatsoever big you are, whatsoever powerful you are, whatsoever, if you don't have humanity for these people, humanity for these poor people, in that case you are nowhere. Yes, you are powerful, you can suppress those people, you can oppress those people for your own sake, for your own survival, but you don't help them. You don't help and you want to keep them at that level only where they are. Just stay here. When people come, stay here. This is your room. You stay here. In every 10 rooms, they used to stay 15 helpers. That point we must understand very well. So engineering management can't be defined in syllabus. It has to be understood. Because I was finding some problem in soil files, the soil investigation files. Because after understanding, after they're coming to know that engineers have difference of opinions as far as this subject is concerned, soil investigation is concerned. I am finding some difference in their opinion. They are not sure that this is their subject or whether they studied it. I'm not sure about that. But I tried to keep certain files I had got during my assignments from somewhere, and these are old reports, not new reports, very old reports. But reports procedure never changed. So these were, I think, I taken from soil investigation reports. Now I put them on OneDrive. I put them there, and I have put this URL also on this file. This URL I put on this file here. If you are interested, this URL is put there under soil investigation files at end. This is OneDrive, and this is OneDrive.live.com. This URL is given here, complete URL. There are 3-4 files in relation to soil investigation. If you are interested, you can download from there. I'll start this talk maybe sometime tomorrow. You can, if you want, you can download these files. It's up to you. I'm not going to press someone. I will start discussing these files after some times, not today, because these are very technical files. Now I'm going to start. This is about management. I'm going to start about my general, that is this is general, about specifications, that is general. Soil will talk later. The general I'm going to start, which we left somewhere last time. Then we'll see how it works. This general, I'll open this file, general, and see how we can talk of that. General one, that is section 1 of Qatar concept, Qatar specifications is general, and I exactly don't remember where I was last time. Let me see where I was. Health we were talking, I think. Occupational health and safety. Confined spaces and warning signs. I think emergency response and occupational health here. Required for training, prevention. That's general sanitation, I think it was over. Safety notice board was over. Compensation, occupational safety, occupational safety, leadership and accountability. Then it is occupational health safety, leadership and accountability. Compensation for damage. Okay. We're going to start safety here. Just a minute. Let us see weather condition. Just a minute, please. We're going to start safety here. Occupational health and safety, leadership, accountability, and occupational health and safety performance, and before compensation for damage. So let us say compensation for damage, and before that was notice board. So notice board we had done compensation for damage, occupational health and safety performance, and let us say what's there. Compensation for damage. Let's one point. Now claims for compensation from damage or injury. Yes. Compensation for damage. Claims for compensation arising from damage or injury caused by contractor's failure to provide adequate occupational health and safety measures shall be sole responsibility of contractor. Contractor shall notify an engineer of any claim made against contractor which is in any way connected to contract. Contractor is required to copy to engineer whatever formal occupational health and safety related communication between contractor and enforcing authorities or government organization. Then occupational health and safety performance. Contractor shall ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all subcontractors, visitors, vendors, public and other parties that may enter work site or amount identified in bills of quantities. Now, should acceptable occupational health and safety performance not be maintained by contractor, an engineer may in addition to any other amounts withheld under contract, withhold up to 10% of amount of any interim invoice issued by contractor. So this was talked before. Contractors shall develop and implement programs which act as incentives for their teams at all levels to make a positive contribution to good health and safety performance. Occupational health and safety leadership and accountability. Contractors shall be committed to health and safety leadership, and this is to be achieved through working in partnership with main project stakeholders, including engineer and client. Contractors shall demonstrate commitment to safety, health and welfare of all stakeholders and workers on projects and shall demonstrate leadership in achieving following objectives. Safe, healthy workplace. Safe, healthy workplace be consulted on their working conditions, to be heard and to influence their working conditions. Return home from work unharmed. Return home from work unharmed at end of each working day, to which everyone has a right to. Contractors shall provide opportunities through forums and meetings involving important project stakeholders, including client, engineer, subcontractor, and other relevant contractors, to raise health and safety issues. Assist in development of leadership programs, share good practice, and be recognized for good performance. Then contractors' senior management shall visibly demonstrate support, commitment, leadership, and accountability on all health and safety issues by following actions. What are that? Zero harm initiative. Engineers zero harm initiative, and then training employees to work safely. Training employees to work safely. Recognizing and rewarding employees. Identify risks to health and safety, and develop mitigation control plans and communicate these to workers. Reinforce safe work practices. Reinforce safe work practices. Place health and safety as first item on agenda of meetings. Allocate adequate resources for health and safety management and implementation. Develop health and safety targets and objectives and measures and review performance. Foster positive health and safety culture and behavior through their own actions. Treat health and safety as a core value, equal in importance with productivity, quality, and ethical standards. Participate in health and safety meetings and safety walkabouts. Develop efficient contingency plans and allocate adequate emergency resources. Provide trained and competent workers. Promote personal health and well-being, and seek to exceed current legislation in relation to welfare and labor facilities. Now, safe working arrangements. Everyone, I'm feeling pain, I'm feeling cold, I don't know. Yes, humidity. I don't know the reason why I'm feeling so thirsty. that health and safety concerns can be raised and associated actions taken. These are, contractors shall have arrangements to empower their staff, first of all, before going to further. Contractor shall have arrangements to empower their staff to make sensible decisions about their own safety and safety of others affected by what they do, and not put themselves or others at risk of harm. Contractor to have safe working arrangements that ensures what are those? Health and safety concerns can be raised and associated actions taken. Employees can stop work immediately where they believe that they or others are at risk of harm. No disciplinary action is taken against those who use work safe arrangement to raise a genuine health and safety concern. That process is cascaded to their subcontractors. All such arrangements shall be briefed to all staff, including agency or subcontract staff, before they start work. Where safety concerns are raised or a stop work process has been invoked, employers shall document them and action taken to resolve them, and shall advise others working on project where issue is likely to impact on them or be similar to those faced by other organizations. Labor rights, benefits and obligations. Contractors shall document implementation of labor laws, in particular with respect to following: recruitment, then contracts, then wages, then severance pay, then work rules and disciplinary rules, working hours and leave, collective labor disputes, subcontracts. We have to see them one by one. Now recruitment, very important, because it gives job ultimately. Sorry. So recruitment, contractors shall maintain an up-to-date list of all agents or agencies used, and should provide copies of licenses for same to engineer. Contractor shall, through their best endeavors, satisfy themselves and engineer that recruitment agencies used do not charge recruits any fees inconsistent with these allowed or see, we will say contractors shall through their best endeavors satisfy themselves and engineer that recruitment agencies used do not charge recruits any fees inconsistent with those allowed for under labor law, Qatar law number 14 of year 2004. Contracts. Contractors shall retain for inspection by engineer copies of written employment contracts for all employees working on project. Such employment contract shall be in accordance with requirements of labor law, and no contract clause may contravene labor law. What's happening to me? I think digestion problem. Sorry. Normal water. So, such employment contracts shall be in accordance with requirements of labor law, and no contract clause may contravene labor laws. Wages. A wage register shall be retained in accordance with requirements of labor law. Contractor shall update wage register to ensure that employee wages, including relevant overtime payments and etc., are paid in timely fashions. These records shall be available for inspection by engineer and shall clearly identify overtime payments and rates. Severance pay. We have done this all yesterday. Severance pay, records and files, work rules, working hours and leave, then collection labor disputes, collective labor disputes and subcontracts. We have gone through all this. I'm just repeating that for refresher, and also this language barriers and communication issues. So just I will read fast this now so that you just refresh that. No explanation in that, already given. So it is severance pay. Severance means when you are separating, it's called that severance pay. Contractor shall retain records to demonstrate that payment of severance have been made where appropriate in accordance with Article 132 of Labour Laws. This is for Qatar. Records and files. These shall be retained in accordance with labor law and made available to engineer for inspection. Work rules and disciplinary rules. These shall be in accordance with labor law and conspicuously displayed and be provided to engineer. So, collective labor disputes. All collective labor disputes shall be dealt with in accordance with the requirement of labor law. Complete records of all such disputes shall be retained by contractor for review by engineer. As a minimum, contractor shall inform engineer immediately on receipt of complaint claim from employees. Subcontractors uh, as a minimum, contractor shall inform engineer immediately on receipt of complaint claim from employees. Now subcontracts. As such, obligations relating to recruitment, contract wages, records and files, work rules and disciplinary rules, working hours and leave and collective labor disputes shall be passed on to subcontractor in event that works are subcontracted by contractor. Similarly, subcontractor records shall be made available to engineer. Contractor shall provide copies of contracts, work rules, disciplinary rules, pay slips, etc. to employees in a range of appropriate languages as widely understood by workforce. Contractor shall submit a monthly declaration to engineer outlining compliance and labor laws in relation to payment of wages and working hours for preceding period. Contractor shall facilitate contact between project facilitate just a minute. Yes, contractor shall facilitate contact between project employees and relevant independent bodies such as consulate, NGOs or other relevant organizations offering social support. A list of such local contracts shall be provided to new employees during their induction process and up to date list of contract details for these organizations shall also be displayed in public areas such as canteen, recreational areas, etc. Now, language barriers and communication issues. This is also very important. We read this all. Then communication, consultations, and participation. Let us just go through very fast because this we already studied. Now, contractors shall ensure that their workforce fully understand site health and safety requirements, including emergency arrangements and site rules in place. Language needs of personnel shall be addressed during induction and through training. Emphasis should be placed on ensuring proper supervision of all staff, but in particular those who may have difficulties in understanding verbal or written communication. Where practicable, signage shall make maximum use of pictograms. Those who have responsibility for managing contractors, personnel on construction site shall be able to communicate in both written and oral English to standards appropriate to tasks being performed. Note that there may be personnel who are not competent in the English language, and this is permitted provided that contractor can demonstrate that such team members are able to give oral instructions and warnings to others. Such team members shall receive required health and safety training and briefing, including emergency procedures, before commencing work in form that they understand. Such team members shall receive required health and safety training, briefing, including any emergency procedures, before commencing work in form that they understand. Appropriate arrangement are made to ensure that instructions are efficiently communicated to and understood by all team members. Alright, then see appropriate. Appropriate arrangements are made to ensure that instructions are effectively communicated to and understood by all team members. Particular attention has been given to communication requirement of safety critical workers, ensuring a translator is available who is capable of instructing non-English speaking personnel in safety and other operational matters. Maintaining a reasonable rate of non-English speaking personnel to each translator at any time. Special provisions for safety critical instructions conveyed by translators shall be recorded as being received and clearly understood by each non-English speaking person. Such records shall include those for safety induction, emergency procedures, safety method statements, and safety awareness talks. Right now, maintaining a reasonable ratio of non-English speaking personnel to each translation at times. Now, special provisions for safety critical instructions conveyed by translator shall be recorded as being received and clearly understood by each non-English speaking person. Such records shall include those for safety induction, emergency procedures, safety method statements, and safety awareness talks. Communications, consultations, and participation. Contact shall be required to disseminate and transfer information regarding health and safety issues. So we say context shall ensure communications arrangements are in place to inform key health and safety issues. These will include lessons learned from incidents, sharing of good practice, health and safety, campaigns and initiatives. Contractors shall have processes in place to ensure an appropriate cascade to site personnel. Now, following methods of communication, but not limited to, shall be offset. What's that? Meetings. Health and safety meetings shall be conducted on a weekly basis, separate from other meetings that have safety on agenda. Safety alert. Safety alerts shall be produced by contractors after a meeting, after a major incident or when appropriate. Notice board. Information that shall be included as a minimum on an office notice board. Then safety alert I have given. Then notice boards. Information that shall be included as minimum on an office notice board is relevant emergency procedures, policy statement, safety alerts and updates. Campaigns. Health and safety campaigns must be initiated by contractor to implement throughout year. At least four campaigns must be run annually on a pro rata basis. Alright, safety awards, poster signs, campaigns, all these are here, campaigns, poster signs. Health and safety campaigns must be initiated by contractor to implement throughout the year. At least 4 campaigns must be run annually to one of campaigns must detail heat stress before summer month. This is very important, heat stress. Poster signs must be focused on them, on themes relevant to site specific work, activities, hazards. Safety awards. Contractor shall initiate a scheme whereby he recognizes and rewards post positive health and safety related performance by individuals. After that safety awards, then we go to management review. Management review. Contractor has to supply evidence that their senior management have carried out a management review at least annually of their OHSE systems. OHSE system. To ensure continuous improvement. Now review shall include but not be limited to, where appropriate, an evaluation of or changes to a health and safety policy, objective and targets, action plan, follow-up action from previous meetings, health and safety system suitability, health and safety suitability, audit results, preventive and corrective actions, regulatory changes, continual improvement measures, performance measures, major procedures and risks, review changes and health and safety plans. Contractor occupational health and safety plan. Contractor occupational health and safety plan, that is general. What's happening to me? Oh. Contractor shall prepare a contract specific occupational health and safety plan. This is a very important document actually. Safety plan and submit a safety plan to engineer for review and approval. This is very important side document. This is a book actually, not the 2 or 3 pages. This complete. It's called safety plan. And within 30 days of award of contract, we are talking of safety plan. Contractor is not permitted to work site until such time as plan has been approved by engineer. It will be a condition, it's a condition precedent to starting works that contractor shall have to an approved health and safety plan, traffic management plan, and an emergency response plan. Okay. Contractor is not permitted to work on site until such plan is approved. It will be a condition, okay, like management plan and plan. Safety plan shall include a contractor's proposals for maintenance of safety on site. These proposals shall address safety measures applicable with respect to all tasks to be undertaken on construction of works. Safety plan shall include contractor's proposal for maintenance of safety on site. These proposals shall address safety measures applicable with respect to all tasks to be undertaken in construction work on site. Safety plan shall include contractor's proposals for accident prevention. Accident prevention to include but not be limited to training, monitoring and review of safety related procedures, enforcement of safety related matters and promoting safety awareness. Safety plan shall include a safety organization chart showing names and responsibilities of safety personnel deployed both on and off work site to maintain acceptable occupational health and safety performance of contract and work at all times, even outside normal working hours, in particular night time and hours. Then you go to I'll repeat this important night times. The safety plan shall include a safety organization chart showing names and responsibility of all safety personnel deployed on site, deployed on our site to maintain acceptable occupational health and safety performance of contract and work at all times, even outside normal working hours. In particular, nighttime and holidays working, reference to 10.1.3. Contract is required to work in areas where dangerous concentration of gases may be present in manholes, trenches, excavations and like. It is contractor's responsibility to provide all necessary detection equipment and ensure that if toxic or explosive gases are found, adequate measures are taken to protect his staff, workmen and members of public. Safety plan shall be specific to one contract. That's right, every contract must have safety plan. Contractor shall regularly review suitability of safety plan. Contractor shall undertake a full formal review of safety plan annually on date of award of contract, or when necessary, but no less than 6 monthly intervals, and submit findings of review of engineer within 14 days of that date along with amended plan should any amendment be required. Safety plan shall contain contractor's occupational health and safety plan policy, and which is 10.2.2. This is plan for construction works. Plans for construction works shall support and supported by contractors' systems for risks management, in particular risk assessment and method statements. Method statements refer to regulatory document section 11 part 1, in particular section 117. Section 11, I could not find this. I tried that. I see how can find that section, because there are so many section 11s and so many points are given in that. But there may one point that is section 117. I'll see if I can check that, and I could not find it now. Now risk assessments and method statements and guidance documents section 11 part 2 section 2.4, guidance on risk assessment and method statement. Plan shall include a schedule of risk assessments for all works activities in relation to project. Plan shall include a list or schedule of identified work activities for which method statement shall be developed before their execution. Safety plan shall include contract risk assessment and detailed arrangements for ensuring that it is updated to reflect any changes throughout duration of work. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for undertaking job hazards. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for undertaking job hazards analysis and ensuring that such analysis is included in each and every method statement. So, safety plan shall detail arrangements for undertaking job hazard analysis JHA and ensuring that such analysis is included in each and every method statement. Safety plan shall detail management arrangement and standards to be used for, particularly like this scaffolding. Scaffolding is very important item. Then suspended working platform, which is also very important from risk point of view. Then fall prevention and fall arrest. Fall, you can fall from any level, and particularly more than 2 meters is very risky. So fall prevention and fall arrest. Fall arrest means you should be safe, and if you fall, you should be arrested somewhere without breaking your head or going to ground. Prevention of falling objects. If something falls there, then you have to protect that from falling. And excavations, which is deep one. Excavations. Electricity. Electricity is structural steel erection. Demolition and dismantling. Then false work and form works. See, this is false work and form works, reinforcement and concreting, cladding and roof work, and confined spaces, lifting appliances and lifting gears, mobile plant and vehicles, mobile elevating working platforms, construction lifts, machinery and equipment, power tools, hazardous substances, hot work and welding, fire prevention and protection, access and egress. You know, access means entry and egress means come out from some trench, you may say that. Housekeeping means you have to keep your house clean, your room clean, your office clean, whatever is there. Don't have anything matter here and there. That's called housekeeping. It should be hygienic. Warning signs and barricades. Then material handling, transportation and storage, lockout and tag out. Then temporary works, then temporary facilities, then underground and overhead utilities, and then working over and adjacent to water. Working environment, personal protective equipment, site traffic control, including setting and taking down of all temporary traffic devices. This is general list. There can be many items added to list, so I will repeat this very important point because repeating is very important. This safety plans shall detail management arrangements and standards to use each at least. Say, repeat: scaffolding, suspended working platform, fall prevention, fall arrest, prevention of falling objects, excavations, electricity, structural steel erection, demolition and dismantling, false work and form work, reinforcement and concreting, cladding and roof work, confined spaces, lifting appliances and lifting gear, mobile plants and vehicles, mobile elevating working platforms, construction lifts, machinery and equipment, power tools, hazardous substances, hot work and welding, fire prevention and protection, access and egress, housekeeping, warning signs and barricades, material handling, transportation and storage, lockout and tag out, temporary works, temporary facilities, underground and overhead utilities, working overhead or adjacent to water, working environment, personal protective equipment, site traffic control, including setting and taking down of all temporary traffic. Safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractor use to ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all subcontractors that may enter work site. It shall detail, it shall detail, it shall detail what arrangements are for evaluating subcontractors prior to them being contracted to undertake work. It shall detail methods that contractors shall use to monitor their work and penalties that shall be imposed should acceptable standards not be maintained. Safety plan shall detail manner in which contractor review, approve and incorporate all subcontractor occupational health and safety plans, risk assessments and method statements, and incorporate them into Alright, then we go to safety plan shall detail manner in which contractors shall review, approve and incorporate all subcontractors' occupational health and safety plans, risk assessments and method statements and incorporate them into their occupational health and safety management system. Now occupational health continues. Safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractors use to ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of all persons on work site. In particular, shall detail arrangements for penalties and disciplinary actions that may be taken should contractor personnel, subcontractor employees or some other person. Alright, now we continue like this very long chapter actually and boring too, but boring or no boring, it's very important. Safety is very important for engineers and for everybody, not only for engineers, for workers also, for supervisors also. I keep on reading and explaining. Safety plan shall detail all arrangements that contractors shall use to ensure acceptable occupational safety performance of all persons on work site. In particular, it shall detail arrangements for penalties and disciplinary actions that shall be taken should contractor personnel, subcontractor employees or other persons on site, work site not comply with occupational health and safety requirements. Safety plan shall detail arrangements that contractors shall use to control and ensure acceptable occupational health and safety performance of visitors and delivery personnel that may enter workshop. Safety plan shall detail contractors' arrangements for effectively managing emergency incidents that may occur at a as a result of works or work site. Details shall include facilities required for emergency emergency preparedness. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for notification and investigation of any incident that may occur as a result of work or on that site. Okay. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for notification and investigation of whatever incident that may occur as a result of work or on work site. Detail arrangements of contacts, monthly performance reporting and incident reporting, and to ensure that their project monthly health and safety statistics report is completed and submitted by agreed date to engineer and quality and safety department. Engineer will provide necessary format for this report. Information collected shall be submitted to engineer and quality safety department. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for assessment, general health of employees and whatever job specific health checks that may be required. Safety plan shall safety plan shall detail arrangements for tracking and effectively closing any occupational health and safety related nomenclature or deficiency. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for assessing general health of employees and job specific health checks that may be required, and safety plan shall detail arrangements for self-inspection and auditing that shall be used to monitor work. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for tracking and effectively closing occupational health and safety related non-conformity or deficiency that may be identified as a result of monitoring. Written records of inspection, auditing and tracking shall be maintained and made available to whatever representative of client or request. Alright then, safety plan shall detail arrangements for self-inspection and auditing that be used to monitor work. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for tracking and effectively closing whatever occupational health and safety related non-conformity or deficiency that may be identified as a result of monitoring. Written records of inspection, auditing and tracking shall be maintained and made available to any representative of client on request. Safety plan shall detail arrangements for ensuring that all contractor personnel and subcontractor employees are trained and competent to undertake their work in accordance with required standards. In particular, safety plan shall safety plan shall detail training and competence requirement for following employees. Supervisors, number one, supervisors, electricians, mobile plant and vehicle operators, crane and lifting appliance operators, riggers, excavation of supervisors, machinery operators, scaffolders, scaffolding supervisors, confined space workers, confined space supervisors, all personnel in working at. Now after this, all persons working at heights, scaffolding supervisor, confined space workers, then confined space supervisors, all persons working at height. Let me review this. It's very important because you have to see training and competence. Supervisors, electricians, mobile plant and vehicle operators, crane and lifting appliance operators, riggers, excavation supervisors, machinery operators, scaffolders, scaffolding supervisors, confined space workers, confined space supervisors, all persons working at height. Working at height means very difficult job. Maybe you are 50 meters above, 60 meters above, working at height, and this is really risky. So if you need supervision safety at high levels, this is advanced course actually. Now, let us say, safety plan shall detail training arrangements. Training arrangements specify type and nature of training to be given, including but not limited to introduction, induction, pre-work briefing, toolbox talks. Toolbox talks very important. Induction, pre-work briefing, toolbox talks, general awareness training, skill training, and formal training conducted by training professionals or agencies. Then written records of attendance, training given, and assessment of competency shall be maintained by contractor and made then you can say here toolbox talks, induction, pre-work. We will talk of toolbox talks later. It's very important. Toolbox talks, general awareness training, skill training, and formal training conducted by training professionals. Written records of attendance, all that is good. Safety plan shall detail contractors' arrangements for promoting awareness of occupational health and safety issues through notices, posters, newsletters, booklets, occupational health and safety alerts. After that, safety plan detail contractors' arrangement of promoting awareness of occupational health and safety issues through notices, posters, newsletters, booklets, occupational health and safety alerts, and any other means. All such information shall be provided in languages preferred by training recipient of training. Safety plan. Just please. Let me put off door. Coming back. Alright, then I come here and let's talk. So in that case, now we are talking here. Safety plan shall include details of all meetings that are held to specially deal with occupational health and safety issues. In particular, contractors shall have a monthly meeting chaired by contractor's representative, which client shall be invited to attend with following items on agenda. A. Suitability of contractors' occupational health and safety organization for ongoing and planned work. Effectiveness of contractors' occupational health and safety management system. So it is significant areas of planned activity and associated risks. Method statement, review and job hazard analysis planning. Tracking and closure of any identified deficiency of non-conformities. Incident review, occupational health and safety promotion planning, training needs assessment, auditing and inspecting planning. Let us repeat, these are important points. Very important points these are, and let us repeat this. Is that my battery is okay. It's okay, fine. Suitability, what points we discussed in this for meeting with this is contractor's representative, and with client meeting, this may be monthly. Its title is that in particular contractors shall hold a monthly meeting chaired by contractor's representative with client shall be invited to attend with following items on agenda. So what are these points? Number one, suitability of contractors' occupational health and safety organization. That's very important. If there is some problem, we have to confirm that, because there can always be a problem for ongoing and planned work. Effectiveness, you can say effectiveness. Don't disturb me, please. Don't disturb me, okay? Don't disturb me for nothing. Disturbing my concentration is no meaning. It's no good friendship if you disturb like that. Effective suitability of contractors' occupational health and safety organization for ongoing and planned works. Effectiveness of contractors' occupational health and safety management system. Significant areas of planned activity and associated risk. Method statement, review and job hazard analysis planning. Tracking and closure of whatever identified deficiencies and non-conformities. Incident review, occupational health and safety promotion planning, and training needs assessments, and auditing and inspection planning. So if you take point by point, these number one is suitability of contractors' occupational health and safety organization. This is very important point, because whatever organization you have working with, it is working or it's not working, it's giving result, not result, that you have to analyze and review. And if there is some deficiency, you have to cover it, add, or superfluous you can take out, because wastage of time is not important. It should suit your project, that's most important. It should suit your requirement. So you can say that either you have to increase job descriptions of your those people involved in this organization, or you have to train them also if is required. That's what hierarchy, that's what in organization review is done. It depends on, means maybe they are having lack of knowledge, or they are not doing their job properly, or they are doing better job than required. So it depends on how to strengthen or re-strengthen that organization. That's what is covered in the suitability of contractors' occupational health and safety organization for ongoing and planned work. Then effectiveness of contractors' occupational health and safety management system. So effect will come only when it performs. If it performs, it does what is required to do. That's called effectiveness. And if suppose this plan is not doing this, it's just namesake for plan, so you can change it, you can bring another one which is effective. Significant areas of planned activities and associated risks. So whatever activities are to come in future, you have to see that what are areas and whether you require to add to your activities, add to your planning, add to your organization, or you have to support that by something else. Then method statement review and job hazard analysis. Again, method statement and job hazard analysis. Method statements, you might have prepared many one for activities. All these be a part of quality method, or you can say construction method system. And job hazard analysis. And if you do not analyze job, you do not anticipate what can happen in that activity. That is very important. You should know that in advance rather than curing that if sometimes no. Job hazard analysis. For every activity, you have to know how it affects, what's risk involved in that, and if there is a risk you find in whatever activity, how to take care of that. That's called job hazard analysis. What this job or this activity imposes on you, how it can affect your work, your people. That's called job hazard. So you have to rather accept solutions of that, resolve solutions for that, so that that hazard goes away. And for that you have to write method, and that's called method review. And if these methods you use are workable, that's fine. Tracking and closure of whatever identified deficiencies or non-conformities. Tracking and closure. So you have to track all activities, and you find something is superfluous, something is gone, you can close that. If there's a deficiency or there's a non-conformity, you have to act accordingly, because non-conformity or deficiency are no meaningful. Incident review, whatever happened, accident happened, if you have to review that, it's fatal accident or something else, a mild accident or some whatever. And occupational health and safety promotion planning, how to promote your work of safety, how to promote to people, means what you are doing. People incorporation, people interest, people comments are required, people's cooperation is required, because this safety is not for you, it's for people or workers or staff, you can say this is for them. So occupational health and safety promotion planning and training needs assessments. Training for everyone on site, training for engineers, training for supervisors, training for workers, training for foremen, training for everyone, depending on their caliber and depending on job description. That training is to be charted out based on all this experience. And if there is a requirement, you can train them. It doesn't make, because once you train them, they can understand what's around them. Then auditing and inspection planning. Auditing and inspection plan. Now you go to occupational health and safety plan shall describe contractor safety management system that we use throughout and conform with requirements defined within contract and related documentation. Contents shall include but not be limited to following. Occupational health safety plan describes contractor safety management system that we used throughout and shall conform with requirements defined within contract and related documentation. Contents shall include but not be limited to following. Okay. Occupational health and safety plan describe contractor safety management system be used throughout and shall conform with all requirements defined within contract and related documentation. Contents shall include but not be limited to following. Front cover. Front cover table of contents. This means structure of this, front cover is there, then table of contents there, of course, then project scope, requirements, and occupational health and safety objectives are there. After that, occupational health and safety policy means fourth one, and BSOHSAS 18,000 certificate if applicable. Then fifth page is control of occupational health and safety plan. What's your plan? Control of occupational health and safety plan, that is fifth one, or E. Then F or 6 is reference documents. What are your references and documents? And you are taking this plan. So we can say reference documents number 5, 6. Then is control of occupation. If you see sequence wise, I'm missing that one. Just a minute. These people are disturbing for nothing unnecessary ways. I'm fed up with these messages. It really disturbs my concentration. So repeat. Say is front cover, table of contents, project scope, recruitment, and occupational health and safety objectives, occupational health and safety policy, and BSOHSAS 18001 certificate if applicable, and control of occupational health and safety plan, and a reference documentation, and then safety organization and responsibilities. safety organization responsibility, and then subcontractor occupational health and safety risk assessments and method statement, and then non-conformance corrective and preventive action, incident reporting, audits, and then training, and key performance indicators and continual improvement, management review, safety meetings, key performance indicators and continual improvement, management review, safety meetings, monthly safety report, and appendices. So these are contents of that. Correct contents shall include, but not be limited to this. Occupational health safety plan is a safety plan which you're talking about. So this is comprehensive para, just explaining how to book in, how to produce your safety plan for site. So this about, you can say, QQR 18 and 27, I think are. So there's 27 points. Now occupational health and safety policy. Occupational health and safety policy. Alright, then you get occupational health safety policy. After that policy, see, this is moving in further and further, so don't be discouraged about this. Very important. Without safety you can't move your site. Just remember, safety is number one as far as site is concerned, because without safety you cannot do anything. So occupational health and safety policy. Contractor shall comply with client vision, mission, and strategic objectives. Contractor shall develop and implement its own occupational health and safety policy, which be project specific and demonstrate contractors' understanding of and commitment to maintaining standards of occupational health. Is it boring? Yeah, but no problem. I say I'll accept that, because this is really, if you say boring. Safety is always boring. It's not productive, but it is very important. So contractor shall comply with client vision, mission and strategic objectives. Contractor shall develop and implement on its own written occupational health and safety policy, which be project specific and demonstrate contractor's understanding of commitment to maintain and commitment to maintain standards of occupational health and safety, that is occupational health and safety OHS, that are consistent with and an integral part of contractor's business strategy. This is business strategy. If you don't do, you will not get business. Remember, without this, you may not get business. Business doesn't mean you let people kill, okay? That are consistent with an integral part of contractor's business strategy. Contractor must set objectives and targets that shall be applicable to SMART, that is SMART, which means specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic, and a time scale. What a definition! New definition is: contractor must set out objectives and targets that shall be applicable to SMART. One is specific and one is measurable. Specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic, and time scale. Right? I repeat, it's interesting. Specific, measurable. Specific, measurable, and achievable. That's A. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for achievable, R stands for realistic, and T stands for time. Specific, measurable, achievable, and realistic, and time. These are objectives. SMART in safety. Again, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time scale. Risk assessment and job hazard analysis. Risk assessment. Risk assessment and job hazard analysis. Oh my God, what's happening to me? Refer to section 11 part 1 regulatory document, in particular section 117 and section 11 part 2 SAMAS summers, in particular section 2.4. A system intervention. What is that? Intervention. A system of positive intervention shall be used throughout project, and contractor shall adopt system by authorizing and requiring all contractors personnel So intervention, let's see, system of positive intervention shall be used throughout project, and contractor adopt system by authorizing and requiring all contractor personnel and subcontractor employees to intervene in whatever unsafe act go further now after really relaxing. You say system of positive intervention shall be used throughout project, and contractor shall adopt system by authorizing and requiring all contractor personnel and subcontract employees to intervene in any unsafe act or condition and take immediate corrective action to prevent any incident occurring. So it's responsibility of all here, not only of contractor but contractors employees, subcontractors employees and personnel, everyone, to intervene if there is they see some problem, some violation of action, or there is some non-compliance on whatever it is. So corrective action to prevent any occurrence of incident. So it's one point. So then you can say work may be monitored by representative of client who may intervene in whatever unsafe act or condition require contractor to take immediate actions, corrective actions to so work may be monitored by representative of client who may intervene in any unsafe act in or condition and require contractor to take immediate corrective action to prevent any incident or occurring. Contractor is required to acknowledge that system of positive intervention in use on project is one that shall enhance followings. What this will enhance? Levels of understanding and awareness of occupational health and safety issues throughout project. Level of understanding. Levels of personal responsibility and accountability for occupational system and labor. Alright, then levels of understanding and awareness of occupational health and safety issues throughout project. Level of personal and accountability for occupational health and safety issues. So level of personal responsibility, accountability of occupational health and safety issues. So personal responsibility comes in here at higher level, and level of proactively towards occupational health and safety. So understanding and awareness and personal responsibility and proactive towards occupational health and safety issues. Levels of compliance with contractual requirements and project occupational health and safety standards, incident and injury prevention. Incidents and injury preventions. The contractor may be focus of occupational health and safely audits conducted by an representative of client. Then say Contractor may be focused on occupational health and safety audits conducted by representative of client. Contractor is required to cooperate with such audits and to acknowledge all audit findings. Means something else. Contract may be focused on occupational health and safety inspections conducted by a representative of client. Contract is required to cooperate with them, acknowledge such inspections, and take all corrective and preventive actions that may arise as a result of such inspections, and undertake routine occupational health and safety inspections and audits for ongoing work, written records of inspections and audits. Then after that is another action. Now section coming in. Action. Contractor may be issued stop work instruction. This is very dangerous. Stop work instruction from engineer for whatever observed cases of serious and imminent danger associated with work. On receipt of stop work instruction, contractor shall refrain from work until such time as remedial actions have been taken to alleviate stop work. Very, very important point. Very, very important point. This is actually dangerous point where we can stop work. Whole site can be stopped if you don't maintain safety. Contractor shall stop work if the contractor may be issued stop work instruction from engineer for any observed cases of serious or imminent danger associated with work. On receipt of stop work instruction, contractor shall refrain from work until such time as remedial action has been taken to alleviate serious or imminent danger and to prevent it recurring. Contractor shall stop work if unknown or unplanned conditions. Certain clauses are very, very dangerous. Contractor shall stop work if unknown or unplanned conditions occur that gives rise to serious or imminent danger In such circumstances, contractors shall assess risks associated with remedial work required and revise method statements and job hazard analysis. Revised method statement shall be reviewed and approved by contractors, occupational health and safety manager. So that's very dangerous point. Again, I'm saying stop one. You have to revise method statements, revise something. You have to review that, and you have to approve that, and you see what job hazards and SSR. You have to find so much in that. Now, requirements of training. Requirements of training. Contractor shall conduct training including contract specific induction, pre-work briefings, toolbox talks, general awareness training, skills training and formal training conducted by training professionals. Very important point for safety, what I am telling you. Contractors shall conduct training including contract specific induction, pre-work briefings and safety talk. I sometimes keep eyes closed. Does not mean something is there dangerous. That's why I am thinking. And it is a requirement for training. Contractors shall conduct training including contract specific induction, pre-work briefings, toolbox talks, general awareness training, skills training and formal training conducted by training professionals or agencies. Contract specific induction shall be at least 2 hours. 2 hours duration, which approved by engineer, and contract specific induction will be at least 2 hours induction. Okay, so this is very different part. You say sometimes you are not able to move forward because of so many issues are involved. Contract specific induction will be 2 hours duration, approved by engineer and provided for all persons that enter work site. Such induction training will be reviewed, revised and repeated for all persons that enter work site at periods not exceeding 6 months throughout duration of work. All training shall be provided in languages preferred by recipient of training. safety, health, environment. Now, requirement for training. So we say 2 hours training every 6 months should be given. Contract is required to provide employees of client and occupation health and safety training relating to work undertaken by contractor. Training is an integral part of job performance. Contractor shall provide all contractor personnel and subcontractors employees with individually unique contract specific photo identity cards. Such cards shall be made available to any representative of client on request. Contractor shall not permit any contractor, personnel or subcontractors, employees to access worksite unless they have been issued with their individually unique photo identity card. Such cards shall not be issued prior to contractor, personnel or subcontractors among shared. So let us now move to photo identity card we have issued to everybody, and without that there has been no entry. Contractor shall appoint a competent supervisor for each and every work area, each and every area for following work activities. You need a competent supervisor for every area. That is, let me see my battery how it is. It is now 1 hour 27 minutes. Let me put it on, otherwise it will cause a problem. After some time I started to see this, how long I can go on this. So contractor shall appoint a competent supervisor for each and every area of following work activities. Temporary and permanent electrical installation, you need a supervisor, okay, for every area. This temporary and permanent electrical installations, this is industrial installations, because you can't use domestic installations on site. Whatever installations you are going to use on site should be industrial for permanent requires as well as for temporary work. There is no other way, no domestic, no domestic installations. Comment lifting, crane and lifting appliance operations, means you need supervisor for crane and lifting appliance operations, and scaffolding, erection, alteration and dismantling, scaffolding supervisor. Then confined space entry is very, very important in plants particularly, and excavation supervisor and working and height supervisor. So there are about 6 supervisors for every area you need. Temporary and permanent electrical installation supervisor, crane and lifting application operation supervisor, scaffolding, erection, alteration and dismantling supervisor, and confined space entry supervisor, and excavation working at height. Contractor shall produce a health and safety training matrix. Health and safety training matrix. based on training needs, analysis of all personnel. Mm. Health and safety training matrix based on training needs, analysis of all personnel working on project. Matrix must detail positions against training courses required from analysis. All training courses provided to employees shall be free of charge. Cost will be borne by contractors. Training topics shall be based on number of factors, such as but not limited to trends in monthly statistics. This is number point one. You want a matrix for that. Training topics would that. That is trends in monthly statistics. Objectives that have been set. Recurring issues on site, recurring issues and incidents on site. Also, trends in monthly statistics, objectives that have been set, recurring issues on site and incidents on site. Then, courses designed to meet needs of specific operatives involved in specialized trades, including their roles and responsibilities, must be provided through training. Training could be considered, following training could be considered as specialist but not limited to. What are those? One by one. Now, course designed to meet needs of specific operatives involved in specialized trade, including their role and responsibilities, must be. So what are those actually? It's very very drowsy and I have to close it also because I have to start another one. Well, I think this page 85, I'll finish this page. Safe entry into confined spaces following training could be considered as a specialist. Let us see them. Safe entry into confined spaces, this is very important. Cranes operation, slingers, banksmen, slingers and banksmen, scaffolding of false work, temporary works. abrasive wheels, woodworking machinery, excavation support equipment, first aid, fire, commercially, accident investigation. Note, external training must be delivered by a competent organization and third party, you can say. So this is about safety for today. So I open my book of FIDIC now. Move to FIDIC, page 86. I have to remember. I'll forget otherwise. There are so many pages. Probably it's long file. It is long file. Method statements, emergency response plan. So we close this and we'll see. Now first I'll open this file of FIDIC 2017 to have a review of this, because it's also important to review what we have studied in that. First of all, and I'll start other one, which is, you can say, then we start other one, that is, this is FIDIC red. We'll have a review of this FIDIC red. Just a review, not a, because we have finished this, finished this file, which is having a lot more than 225 pages. So we are going to have just a review of this file. This FIDIC, which is red book, it is meant only for those jobs where design is done by engineer and work is done by contractor. This is that one, and means here contractor is not liable for designs, though there are probabilities that its involvement may be there. So in this, first of all, what we learned was that if we go to that, we learned typical sequence of principal events during contract for construction. We started with that in this typical sequence of principal events during contracts for construction, in which we said time for completion to be stated as number of days to which is added any extension of time. In order to indicate sequence of events, diagrams are there, which we have seen, which I showed to you. Many diagrams were there, and these diagrams are also here. You know all these diagrams. This is for, this is for typical sequence of principal events during contracts of construction. Then there is typical sequence of payments, events, envisaged in clause 14. Then there was typical sequence of dispute events envisaged in clause 21. Then typical sequence of events in agreement or determination under subclause 3.7. There are scenarios in that: scenario 1, scenario 2, and there is scenario 3, which I explained very well. So we will not go in details of that because it's already available on videos available. Then there is, you can say, now what about general conditions, because this is file for general conditions. What about that? Now in this is, we are talking general conditions. Like in this, there are contents which are under general provisions. This is definitions, interpretation, notices and other communications, law and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed drawings or instructions, employer's use of contractor's documents, contractor's use of employer documents, confidentiality, compliance with laws, joint and several liability, limitation of liability, contract termination. This is general provisions and that is called clause 1. This is clause 1 containing all this information. This is general for everyone, for engineer, for contractor, for all of us. This is nothing to do with specific title. All titles have something to do with this. Definition is defining all titles. In this definition, title offices and title for actions and title for whatever is there. All generally are covered in this. Then there are interpretations of everything and notices and other communications. Law and language means which law we have to use, which language. Priority of documents, which assessment means which document comes first and which comes next to that. And there's contract agreement, details of what is contract agreement and assignment, and care and supply of documents and delayed drawings or instructions. Then employer's use of contractor's documents and contractor's use of employer's documents, and then confidentiality and compliance with laws and joint and several liability, limitation of liability and contract termination. So all these are general and these are apply to all. Then there's clause 2, that's employer. Employer means owner of project or promoter of project who is responsible for everything as far as financing is concerned. That is employer. So right of access to site, this is clause 2, employer, right of access to site. Employer must have right of access to site and assistance, employer's personal and other contractors, employer's financial arrangements, site data and items of reference, employer's supplied materials and employer's equipment. This is what we learned about employer, that is clause 2. Then go to clause 3, that's engineer, this is clause 3. So first person is employer here, then engineer is another title, and that says what is engineer, what are duties and authority of engineers, and what is engineer's representative, who is that. Delegation by engineer means whom engineer allows its authority to be used, and engineer's instruction is a document. What is engineer's instruction? Where financial liability lies, engineer instructions is responsible for that. And replacement of engineer, agreement or determination, which means if there is a dispute, engineer distribute an employer and contractor, then engineer has to decide. Again, this is called agreement or determination. And then meetings. These are points we studied in fact. The contractor, number 4, clause number 4 is contractor. In this, contractor's general obligations, performance securely. Contractor's general obligations, performance security, contractor's representative, contractor's documents, training, cooperation, setting out, health and safety obligations, training, cooperation, setting out, health and safety. I am repeating for information. Health and safety obligations, because just now we were studying health and safety, which is here for contractor. And quality management and compliance verification systems, use of site data, sufficiency of accepted contract amount, means whatever amount accepted by contract, that should be sufficient one. It's a responsibility of contractors. Then unforeseeable physical conditions, rights of way and facility, avoidance of interference, access route, transport of goods and transport of goods, contractors' equipment, protection of environment, temporary utilities, progress reports, security of site, contractors' operations on site, archaeological and geological findings. This is about contractors. Now go to clause 5, subcontracting. Subcontracting means a person whom contractor trusts and employs subcontractor for that activity which contractor is not able to do himself. So whatever it may be, specific activities which contractor's company cannot do, contractors organization cannot do, for that subcontractors are appointed officially through permission by employer and engineer. That's subcontracting, and it is subcontracts about and nominated subcontractors. There are two parts in that. Now clause 6 is staff and labor. Staff and labor. Staff and labor means you need both for their project. And engagement of staff and labor, how to engage them. Then rates of wages and conditions of workers or labor. Then recruitment of persons, how to recruit them. Labor laws and working hours. Facilities for staff and labor. Health and safety of personnel. Contractors, superintendents, contractors' personnel, and contractors' records. Then disorderly conduct and key personnel. Then clause 7, plant, material and workshops. Plants, materials and workshop. In that manner of execution, because we say workmanship, we call it workmanship, manner of execution, samples, inspections, testing by contractor, defects and rejection, remedial works, and ownership of plant and materials, and royalties. These are items related to plant, materials and workmanship, which is in clause 7 here. In clause 8, commencement, delays and suspension. That is clause 8. We have total 20 plus 1, 21 clauses here, and I'm just reminding you what is contained in that for refreshing. This is a review only. We'll see when other pages will means it. Today I take this time, probably tomorrow I have to start silver book, contract book. So commencement, delays and suspension. Commencement is the clause 8. Commencement of works. Commencement of works, time for completion, then program, advance warning, extension of time for completion, delays caused by authorities and rate of progress, delay damages, employer suspension, consequences of employer suspension, payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, prolonged suspension, and resumption of work. Article 9, tests on completion. Article 9, tests on completion. Contractors' obligations, delayed tests, retesting, failure to pass test on completion. Now 10, this is clause 10, employers taking over. Employers taking over. In sequence we are going stages of project. Employers taking over. Taking over of works and sections, taking over parts, interference with tests on completion, and surfaces requiring reinstatement. Then defects after taking over. This is clause 11. Completion of outstanding work and remedying defects. Cost of remedying defects, then extension of defects, notification period, then failure to remedy defects, remedying of defective work of site. Further tests after remedying defects. Then remedying of defective work off-site. Further tests after remedying defects. Right of access after taking over. Right of access after taking over, and contractors to search. Contractors to search, and then so which one are you doing? I think I was lost. Yes, cost of remedying defects, extension of defects notification period, failure to remedy defects, remedy of defects, work of site, and further tests after remedying defects, rights of access after taking over, contractor to search, performance certificate, unfulfilled obligations, and clearance of site. Let me repeat this because this is defect attribution, defects after taking over. Completion of outstanding work and remedying defects, cost of remedying defects, extension of defects notification period, failure to remove defects, and remedying of defects work or defective work on site, and further tests after remedying defects. Then right of access after taking over. Okay. Measurement and valuation. This is class 12. Measurement and valuation. Works to be measured. Method of measurement. Then valuation of works. Then omissions. After that is 13. That is variations and adjustments. Class 13. Right to vary. Value engineering, variation procedures, provisional sums, day work, and adjustment for changes in laws, and then adjustment for changes in cost. Clause 14, contract price and payment. Contract price and payment. Contract price, advance payment, application for interim payment, schedule of payments, plant and materials intended for works, issue of IPC and intermittent payments. So contract price and payments, and that is contract price is article clause 14. Contract price, advance payment, application for interim payment, schedule of payments, plant and materials intended for works, issue of IPC, payment, delayed payment, release of retention money, statement at completion, final statement, discharge, issue of FPC, cessation of employment. Then we go to termination by employer. This is clause 15. This is very drastic clause actually. That's why you have to think about this. It can change future of project. It can change, future of either employer or of contractor. So this is very powerful and detrimental clause here, but it is unavoidable. It is required to be included. So notice to contract, notice to correct, notice for contract correction, that is actually notice to correct, and then you can say termination for contractor's default and valuation after termination for contractor default, payment after termination for contractor default, and termination of employer's convenience, and valuation after termination of employer's convenience, and payment after termination for employer's convenience. Now, suspension and termination by contractor. Contractor is also going to terminate futures. So suspension and termination is here. There was termination alone, but suspension was also a part of that. If owner can suspend also due to whatever reason. So suspension and termination by contractor, suspension by contractor, termination by contractor, contractor's obligations after termination, payment after termination by contractor. These are described like this. Then 17 is clause 17 is care of works and indemnities. Care of works and indemnities. It's that care of works and indemnities. In this, responsibility for care of works, responsibility for care of works, liability for care of works, and responsibility and liability, intellectual and industrial property rights, and indemnities by contractor, indemnities by employer, shared indemnities, and then 18, that's clause 18, that is, exceptional events, exceptional events, and it is, things windy outside, the weather is, well, exceptional events which are unknown. Exceptional events, notice of an exceptional event, duty to minimize delays and consequences of an exceptional event, optional termination, release from performance under law. Then come to 19, that is clause 19, which is regarding insurance, general requirements and insurance to be provided by contractor where required. And then 20, employers and contractors claims for payment and for extension of time. And then we can say disputes and arbitration, 21, clause 21, disputes and arbitration, constitution of disputes, constitution of DAB, that is the disputes, avoidance and adjudication board, as we said terminology, and failure of appointment of disputes avoidance and adjudication board members, avoidance of disputes, obtaining DAB's decision, amicable settlement, arbitration, failure to comply with DAB's decision, no DAB in place. And then we had an appendix, it says general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication agreement, and then index of subclauses, and these are general conditions. So it continues now as detailing. You can say general conditions in these clauses are, what clauses actually we learned, you have to understand now. They are only chapter titles, now details are coming in, which we learned, which are very important. At least if you remember titles, you can understand what these clauses were. No need of explaining everything. I'm just trying to give you a little brief on what we learned. And it was that accepted contract amount and advance payment certificate, then advance payment guarantee, base date, bills of quantities and claim, and commencement date, compliance verification system, conditions of contract on these conditions, and contract. Contract, as we said, what is contract? Then I'd like to just tell you this very important term for FIDIC, contract, because we are talking of contract. I'll just say things. Contract means contract agreement, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, any addendas, reference of contract to agreements, and these conditions, specifications, drawings, schedules, contractors' proposals for joint venture undertaking if applicable, and further documents if whatsoever, which are listed in contract agreement or in letter of acceptance. Then contract agreement, then contract data, contract price. And then we learned contractor, what's contractor's documents, and contractor's equipment, what's contractor personnel, contractor representatives, and cost, then cost plus profit, country, DAB, disputes evidence adjustment board, DAB's agreement, and then that date of completion. Then day means what is calendar day, and then day work schedule. Explain to you at length about what's day work, you know well. Then defects notification period, DNP we call it. Then delay damages and dispute. After that is drawings and employer's equipment, employer's personal, then employer supplied materials, and what's the engineer's representative, exceptional event, and extension of time. Then FIDIC, what's FIDIC? Final payment certificate, FPC, and final statement. Foreign currency, general conditions, then goods, and then interim payment certificate, IPC, means to After that, goods interim payment certificate, joint venture undertaking, and key personal and laws, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, then local currency, materials, month, no objection, and notice of dissatisfaction, part, particular conditions, party, then payment certificate, performance of certificate, and performance security. Then performance, then permanent works, plant, what is program, provisional sum, and QM system. QM system, Qatar management, no, this is quality management. Okay. So provisional sum, plant, program, provisional sum, QM system, as I said before. Then quality management system is retention money, review schedules, and schedule of payments, section, site, special provisions, and specification. Then statement, subcontractor taking over certificate, temporary works and tender, test and tests after completion, tests on completion, and test for completion, and test on completion, test for time for completion. Then unforeseeable means not reasonably foreseeable, unforeseeable, and variation, works, year. Then say interpretations. We learned interpretation. What are interpretations? Means interpretation singular includes plural. He includes she. His includes her. Himself includes herself. He includes she. Singular includes plural. Like that. Words agreed, like that. Written, writing, may means party. Okay, like that is interpretation. Long interpretation shall means party or person referred to has been obligation. Consent means employer and contractor or engineer. Then you see, it is shall means, consent means, and including means, and words means, and execute means, and whatever meanings are there, and or what does it say, and you can say and oblique or, and all that are defined here. Marginal words and other headings are also defined here, or like that means definitions are there. So then it is 1.3 notice and other communications. Then we studied on law and languages in that part, law and languages. This is priority of documents, which is very important point. What is priority? So in this priority of documents, which is very important point, contract wise, disputes wise, where there is ambiguity, to clear that ambiguity, priority of documents is very important, and this must be known to everyone. This here's something in one document, something in the other document, you are not sure what to do. In that case, documents rule each other, they talk to each other, they explain to each other what are you and what are myself. So we are going to say what is that sequence, that is important here. In this case, contract agreement comes first, then letter of acceptance comes, then tender comes, and then particular condition contract data comes, and then particular condition special provisions come, and then general conditions come which we are talking, and the specification comes, and drawings come, and then schedules come, and then joint venture undertaking comes. Any other document forming part of contract. Remember, this is in your mind, that what is important, what's not important. First is agreement, that's contract agreement, then acceptance letter, tender letter, particular conditions, contract data, particular conditions, special provisions. Means first is contract, here also first is contract, then specifications and drawings and schedules, and otherwise joint venture, whatever else is there. This is what we understood. The long discussion was done on this. So we say, then contract agreement, what is agreement? It's defined here, and assignment is defined here. So we have to understand like this, what is defined, where is defined. So then you may say contract agreement means, where is the definition of that, which you must understand about contract agreement. It says that parties to sign contract agreement within 35 days after contractor receives letter of acceptance. This is definition in this. Within 35 days, agreement has to be signed, unless they agree differently or they agree otherwise, both parties agree, so time can be extended. So, and contract agreement shall be based on Form Annex to particular conditions. Cost of stamp duties, let's leave it now. Then assignments are there, then you cannot sublet contract to someone. Neither party shall assign whole or any part of contract or whatever benefit or interest in or under contract. However, either party may assign. Who can assign? Who cannot assign? Care and supply of documents. Care and supply of documents. That's clause here. Drawings, who supplies and who cares about that. This is given here in this clause. On site, what you need all time, you must need on site contract, you have to keep a copy on site, records, whatever records are there, then publications you have to site, specification, publication, etc., documents, contracts document, drawings, variations, all that, whatever is required for your work, you have to keep on site. Then delayed drawings or instructions. Delayed drawings or instructions. This is that delayed drawings or instructions means, put this pen off. There's a procedure when drawing is there, but contract is due. That's what is there. Employer's use of contracts document, and then we can say contractor's use of employer's document, and then confidentiality. That is very important. Confidentiality. Nobody can declare any document to someone else who is not related to that document. This is what contractors has to maintain. Contractor shall disclose all such confidential and other information as engineering reasonably required in order to verify contractor's compliance with contract. Contractor shall treat all documents forming contract as confidential, except to extent necessary to carry out contractor's obligations under contract. Contractor shall not publish, permit to be published, or disclose whatever particulars of contract in whatever trade or technical paper or elsewhere without employer's prior consent. Employer and engineer shall treat all information provided by contractor and marked confidential. So, employer shall not disclose or permit to be disclosed any such information to third parties except as may be necessary when exercising employer's rights under subclause 15.2. Then if you go to further, confidential is that one now. There's compliance with laws. That's very important point. You have to comply with laws. So there's no way you can avoid that. If you don't comply with law, it's not permissible. Whatever law. Contractor and employer shall, in performing contract, comply with all applicable laws unless otherwise stated in the specifications. There's long discussion on this. Joint and severe liability. Joint and severe liability. Hence, it's about JV. You can say we just studied that both companies have liabilities or both. So how many parties may be there in that joint venture? The limitation of liability. Then neither party shall be liable to other party for losses or uses of any works. So this is that, and then we go to after that is there's long discussion on that contract termination. We discussed about that at length. And employers, right of access to employer there must be on site assistants and employers personnel and other contractors, and employers financial arrangements means employer arrangements for financing employer's obligation under contract shall be detailed in contract data. Site data है items of reference. Now, site data and items of reference, employer shall have made available to contractor for the information before base date all relevant data of employer's position. Then employer supplied material, we have discussed with that. Engineer is there, we see what is that. Engineer is there, important point, because engineer is linked to none. What does it say? No, I think I should close that, need some rain. I don't know, now it's wanting okay. Employer shall appoint the engineer who shall carry out duties assigned to engineer in contract. Engineer shall be vested with all authority necessary to act as engineer under contract. It is a legal entity. It's a legal entity, a natural person. Natural person employed by engineer shall be appointed and authorized to act on behalf of engineer under contract. So, What engineer can be? There's a question. Engineer for or if legal entity natural person appointed to act on a behalf, his behalf shall be a professional engineer. Shall be a professional engineer having suitable qualifications, experience, and professional engineer having suitable qualifications, experience, and competence to act as engineer under contract. Shall be fluent in ruling language of contract. We go further, then see shall be fluent in ruling language. And then English is legal entity, he shall give a notice to parties of natural person on any replacement appointed and authorized to act on behalf. Authority shall not take effect until or then engineer's duties and authorities. This is very important part. Engineer's duties and authority, because it's engineer on contract and responsible for things. Is except as otherwise stated in these conditions. Except as otherwise stated in these conditions, whenever carrying out duties or exercising authority specified in or implied by contract, engineer shall act as a skilled professional and shall be deemed to act for employer. Engineer shall have no authority to amend contract. Engineer shall have no authority to amend contract or except as otherwise stated in these conditions. So engineer shall have no authority to amend contract or accept as otherwise stated in these conditions to relieve either party of any duty. He cannot change contract first of all. He cannot amend contract except as otherwise stated in these conditions to relieve either party of whatever duty. Obligations or responsibility under or no in connection with contract. Engineer may exercise authority attributable. So then you can say engineer may exercise authority attributable to engineer as specified in or necessarily to be imported from contract. If engineer is required to obtain a consent of employer before exercising a specified authority, requirement shall be as stated in particular conditions. These shall be no greater for engineer to obtain employer's consent before engineer exercises authority under subcontract. this is duty of engineers, which is very long duty. I think we have to discuss this in details, because if you don't understand what engineer does, there is no meaning of understanding contract. And we will take this duty tomorrow so that this revision would continue. And also, I'm not going to detail, but first important points I'm going to discuss in end. Let's say that you can say now what we have studied here today. Let's say this is FIDIC, and we are talking FIDIC here. This FIDIC, we studied FIDIC, and we also studied COVID in brief. COVID is maybe very little I'm talking about COVID. Then I talked about this management, engineering management, engineering studies and all that, civil engineering, how it later reflects the site, about soil, how it does impact on soil, and we also discussed about concrete and soil. So this is soil, and now we have talked of FIDIC 17, and I would say I think we talked of safety as well in length. Safety is continuous, it's moving, and it's moving still. So we have to take care of this. It's moving. Safety. And it will continue. Safety is long one, because it's a part of specification. It's not document of safety, but part of specification. And also this revision of FIDIC and all. FIDIC, maybe tomorrow we start in continuation to this about silver, which is EPC turnkey project. That is very important also. From which point of view, from what point of view it's important, we have to see that, because without this we cannot. And we have to start soil, that's also very important. Soil engineering, as questions are raised, I have put files, as I told you, on this. URLs are given in my text at end of this text for safety. URLs are these. Files are available on drive, OneDrive, live.com. 4 files, small. One is long, otherwise small. This one files are from Arab Center, 1 file, and 3 files from Fugro. These are practical reports long back. Someone was in 2004 and someone was around before that, I think. These are detailed reportings of soil from those laboratories, which are very informative. Particular report given by Arab Center is very important. It's descriptive, it's long document, it's many sketches are given, graphics are given in other reports too, site sample photographs, how water. So that is very technical, not just talk. That's very much technical, and we have to see that one. Sorry. Stock is not, just for entertainment. Stock is very serious, and it gives something in a sense. It enriches the knowledge. I collect information from various sources. It's not that I'm writing everything here. Some information I have, some I think what can else be told, because you cannot immediately respond to everything. I keep in mind questions what can be asked and try to answer those questions during talk. Subjects are still more and more. There are coming statements. We have to think of method statements. We have to think of many more issues in technical world, because it is competitive world now. If you do not think, if you do not move forward, technologies keep on changing, and future is not that easy. If you are only, if you don't write, if you don't speak, if you don't think, then think what can you do. Writing doesn't exist, the habit now. It's already writing or technical writing. You cannot communicate correctly because your writing is bad. You can speak, but you do not know grammar and translation. So there are so many points which clash with each other, not interact but clash. That deficiency one should remove. As much as I'm not saying be perfect. Nobody can write perfect. It depends on your experience. Even advocates can't write perfect, judges can't write perfect, many people can't write perfect. But as much as possible, communication is very important, where we all lack in all. That point give us negative marks. That point gives us negative marks. So we have to improve that if we want to be. Okay, it's computer world. It doesn't mean that you don't need writing. You have to write. Means you have to, even if you send some mail, you have to write description. You cannot simply write shortcuts. That's personal mail. In official mails, this doesn't work. You have to give references, you have to clarifications and everything. Clarification is very important in engineering world. If concept is not clear, there is no meaning of your work. You have to be clear concept with, whatever you are going to do, it must be justified. Like these are documents, these are references, these are specifications, this is this drawing and that drawing, and I'm going to do this way. All these say like that. There was a confusion, there was a mix-up, there was ambiguity. We took it and got corrected officially. And that is doing. This is procedure. This is not simply procedure. This is complicated procedure, but once you do that, otherwise you sit behind. No need. Don't go forward. You sit behind on back chair and stay there forever. And if you have to come down, come out, you have to open your view, use your knowledge and mind. It's because it's not one job in engineering, you have to do many jobs in engineering all your life. You cannot simply say, no, I have this only, I'm sitting in office, this is my job, I can't do that. That is no excuse in future, because designs are not absolutely that you can rely upon. In future, work is more important, work on sites will be more important, because when you say fast tracking projects are appearing, shortage of times there, the means those type of engineers in future who can move that with that speed, not means slow speed, fast speed, and that you can achieve only when you learn as much as possible. Non-text learning, practical learning. That learning is very important. And that's what I mean to say. That learning you have, you can keep on learning every day. Learning has no limit. Learning has no limit. That's all I can say. That learnings have no limit. And learning has no limit at all. And learning means what is this come? This is what I mistake, what I posted here. I don't know. Something wrong. Learning has learning has no limit, and you have to be with that. It's learning. Learning is learning. That's what I can say. Therefore, learn. Otherwise, you lose. So that's the only way out. So with this, I close this. Thank you very much. And